Happy Wednesday, everyone! Welcome back to Pinky Who Art's live painting sessions where I share my watercolor and gouache painting process and my latest artwork with you guys. Oh, hello, kitty. I have a cat. She's here. Just grazed my legs. You want to say hi? This is my cat. Her name is Eve. She meows a lot. She's very talkative. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, you can hang out here. Anyway, so I can't wait to get it started because I have a pretty awesome painting in stores, but it's also very complicated. I was doing some underpainting this morning, and I was like looking at this, just wondering how much time it's gonna take for me to finish, but we'll get to it. And then I do have my painting in the back that I finished from last week, my goat and my orbit, the second Chinese zodiac animal I am tackling, the goat with carnation. Carnation was just so hard, but I made it through. I think it looks pretty awesome. So let's get started, shall we? I think I have my water ready. Everything's ready. Yeah. Okay, let's hold on. Let's switch to my close-up camera so you guys can see the artwork. This is the goat that we finished. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. When I was, in my sketch phase, my ugly girl phase, I wasn't sure about this painting, but now that it's finished, I think actually it's one of my favorite ones, just because the contrasting color palette, but also the kind of the story that's happening, definitely was a learning kind of piece, and I think I will definitely apply that going forward. But this is my second animal of my Chinese zodiac painting. It is the goat, and I think I was mentioning many times last time that I finally realized that goat and lambs are different. um, Oh, thanks, Jay. I know, I love this one. And I guess I started painting this lamb with you guys towards the end of last session. I didn't do too much on it afterwards, actually, because, it is a white lamb. I think I added some more contrast, did the eyes a little bit more, and then added some white highlight, but that was about it. He or she is a he, I guess, because he's a goatee. I have my little two orbits here, my signature flower creatures. One is crying, one is holding a lantern, talking to the goat. I'm just guessing maybe, they were out and about and got lost and met this goat. He's trying to point them to the right way or helping them to comfort them. And the flowers for goat is carnation, according to the internet. Because you guys heard about the floral zodiac. So every sign has their flower that accompanies them, and carnation happens to be the goats. And I say I never painted carnation before. I was so worried because carnation, if you look at them, they're very complicated in the middle. Today's painting, the chrysanthemum, is complicated, but to me it's more orderly. So I think I had a better time concepting it. But yeah, I think the side view of the carnation is actually my favorite. But these two are very detailed. It kind of, brings it into the painting. And then I did these ones more loose, less detailed. Although now I'm looking at them like they're pretty cool still. Anyways, let me know what you guys think. I did sign this painting little in the corner, but I have not stamped it. You'll know that I have my Chinese calligraphy stamp on all my paintings. Card stamps and the calligraphy stamp. And then, okay. Love the go painting. Thank you. Oh, hello. Hello, Omar Love Somi. Hello, hello. Is that your YouTube handle? I had to follow your subscribe to you. I am a goat too. I really appreciate that. I don't feel like I'm a goat at all, but when I hear people say it, you know what? I will take it with all my heart because being an artist is hard, and any self boost is much welcome, much welcome. Okay, so today, so the year after go is monkey. Actually, I kind of hinted that I was gonna paint a monkey today, but now that I started, I actually thought the monkey is amazing to paint because I have a baby monkey here because I want to make all my animals in this series very cute. And the color, the flower is chrysanthemum. Yeah, as you can see, I kind of started a little bit under painting already. So we have a little monkey looking into the corner wistfully at something. Oh, let me adjust my camera. But the favorite thing about this painting for me, besides the flowers, is actually my orb beds. So I made three orb beds in this painting, which I'm like slightly regretting because they are gonna take me a a long time to paint. Um, yes. Um, but I thought it just goes with the scene so well. We have a little monkey looking in the corner, looking far away wistfully, and he is kind of has the orbits embedded in him, just kind of, like monkey moms have their monkeys nestle within their fur. One is behind looking out, one is looking across, kind of looking at this orbit, but being, hugged by the monkey. And have one that's on top grabbing onto the monkey's fur. I think they are the monkey's friend. The monkey's looking into the distance. They're wondering why, but they're still there to support him as his thoughts and as his friends. And we have and then we have all the chrysanthemum flowers. I started doing some masking fluids on them already because I want to preserve the white part, but I started doing an underpainting of this, like sunlight yellow, some cool blue parts to do the shadows. I was looking underpainting this and I realized, oh my gosh, there are so many freaking petals in this painting. I'm going to have a hell of a time trying to finish this. So I guess we'll get started. So this is we have a horse and sunflower. We have a goat and a carnation. This is my third one, the monkey and the chrysanthemum flowers. And I actually had the hardest time spelling chrysanthemum because it's such a long word. And also, I just released my Enchanted Mushrooms collection. They're officially in my Etsy shop. So if you guys are curious to see how the whole collection looks together, the link is in the bio, is in the description below and in the bio. So go check it out in my Etsy shop. My Enchanted Mushrooms with the Orbit series. Okay, I'll probably say that again in a little bit. Chrysanthemum. I know. I feel like with chrysanthemum, it is just whatever, because chrysanthemum is such a huge, like a big symbolism in Asian culture, in Chinese culture. Like chrysanthemum means like I think longevity, like prosperity, good fortune, all that stuff. So I feel like I didn't really need to overdo the symbolism in this painting. So yeah, I think I'm going to start with the monkey first. But then as I'm saying that, that's good to know. Yes. So as I am saying that, I think I was going to start with a monkey, but I just feel like, oh shoot, it's going to be really dark. Is that a good place to start? What do you guys think? I should, because there's such a focus that I want to start to do that. Okay. Let me be brave and not chicken out on this, because last time I did do the goat like as my last step, and I don't think that was such a good idea. So today I'm going to do the monkey first, but probably not do the darkest area because I want to save that for the end. So I'm going to give the monkey a little bit of a few washes just to block out the shape. And then we'll start on the flowers, and then the background leaves, and then lastly I'll do the orbits. So that's the four things. Cool. And if you guys have any questions about anything I'm doing, my techniques, supplies, my life as a aspiring emerging artist, feel free to jump in the chat. We'd love to have you. So yes, I hope everybody had a great week. Oh, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, follow, heart, whatever you're comfortable with. So yeah, I hope you guys had a good week. Trevor and Jay in the audience. So monkey, baby monkey. I was looking at the reference photos. The baby monkeys have giant ears. I don't know if you guys noticed. So baby monkey, we have the ears and the face, the fur. The light is coming from this way. So draw arrow here. So all this warm color, and then start cool down here. And I'm not gonna do the last bit of the dark color just because I think they'll take me to too dark of a place too early, too soon. Okay, let's get started. That was a lot of talking. So next week is spring break. I'm gonna make a post announcement so you guys don't forget. But I will be visiting my in-laws in Los Angeles, so I won't be live next week. So I'll be back the week after that. So don't forget. Okay, so monkey eyes, monkey mouth, monkey face. Let me warm up with the monkey ears, maybe. Can we see okay? Okay. I'm going to glaze the ears with clean water as usual. As I'm painting right now, I'm just thinking out loud, okay? And let me know what you guys think. As I was, painting all the chrysanthemum flower leaves, I was just thinking there's so many of them. I don't know if I should start with my usual, wet on wet, because it's gonna take forever. So maybe I'll just go into like a dry on dry or wet on dry right away. Yeah. Hello, Crimson. Hello, Viggy. Yes. So Omar or Mario, he usually watches my live on X, but I've switched to live on Twitch and YouTube now. So I'm glad you jumped over, Omar. And Crimson, hope you had a good week. Hope work wasn't too crazy. And I have my goat painting finished from last week. I'll show you guys in a second. For those of you who jumped on later. But yeah, I'm gonna go right into this monkey today. So I'm starting with a monkey today because I feel like I should not have left my goat towards the end in my last painting. The ears, pretty pink ears. Okay, so monkey face, I'll look at them, it's kind of pink, but I didn't want to make it like a pink monkey face because that would just be too much. Oh, and the Viggy, I did an underpainting of this painting already with my cool mustard yellow, I guess. Cool mustard yellow and cool blue as the warm and dark shadows. And yes, I was just thinking out loud that in today's painting, instead of my usual wet on wet to start, I might just go in with wet on dry because I realize there's so much detail in this painting that if I did a wet on wet first and then wet on dry, it might take me ages. We'll see though. So I think general rule of thumb from my experience is that when you have a lot of loose shape, it's always good to start with wet on wet. But today, I feel like all my shapes are pretty tight, so I'm thinking I might just do a wet on dry technique. Wet on dry just means like the base is not glazed. So you go in with, wet pen on the dry paper instead of wet on wet usually means the paper's glazed, for those of you. No headache and no almond generated. Oh, nice. Chrythansemumms. Oh yeah, I was just saying like chrysanthemum is a very popular flower in Asian culture. It's like it's like fortune, prosperity. In ancient times, I think chrysanthemum is like gifted to the court, the royal courts and stuff. And it's very pretty. And I know that going to Buddhist temple growing up, there's always chrysanthemum flowers as an offering for the Buddhas. And awesome. I love how the girl looks in the background. Oh, yes, yes. Let me paint this monkey face first. I'll show that to you in a second. So I'm warming. I was just saying in the beginning that I'm surprised at how good it looks after it came out. And then I was, when I was painting it, I felt like I was so unsure, but always trust the process, guys, always. And Jay, if you're still here, I know you've said that every painting you feel like that. So I'm glad that we went through that period. Okay, so pink monkey face. Maybe here. Yep, here. I think underpainting for this is gonna be very important. When I think of chrysanthemum, I immediately started have this like feeling of, artwork in Buddhist temples, for those of you who have been, because all the incense and all the smoke that they always have this like kind of faded yellowish overtint to them. And then I immediately was like, I need to do something like that for this painting because I think that'll be appropriate for the mood. Let me do these toes. Or the monkey actually turns out the hardest part to draw was its toes. This. So he's like. He or she, I keep on calling him he, so maybe he's he in my mind, is cross-legged, so he's kind of like sitting Indian style, and then the toe is such in a weird angle. I had such a hard time drawing it. But today I look at it, I was like, okay, I get it. It's not as bad as I thought, as always. Lycoris. What is that? Lycoris? Lycoris? Is that a flower name? Oops. Oh. I had to look up as a flower. Yeah, because how like dramatic the petals are. Yes. I also looked up tons of chrysanthemum like references. So there's tons of different varieties. And the ones that I was drawn to was the one that had all these very dramatic ones. But I can totally see why you think that, like Chris. That one even has even more dramatic shape. As I looked up. Okay, so his hand, one hand is pressing on the other. So you see like all 5 fingers on this one, and then only one on the other one. I thought it was really clever, so I don't have to draw all both hands off this. I cheat whenever possible, I guess. Okay. So got a pink monkey face. Now I'm gonna do a little bit of blue on it. Then I'll show you the painting in the back. Looks really cool. Thank you. I hope so. So doing a dry on wet technique, I guess with all watercolor, the amount of water in your brush is so important. I say that because I just had a little bit too much water, I think. So it's just a little bit cavity. So layering, I should have done this part in pink first and then layer the blue on top, because I find myself had to mix some pink into my blue, otherwise it felt so stark. So that's the layering, part of layering. So we will, some cavity here is a little blue. This here is a little bit of blue. We had to figure out how to paint those chrysanthemums in the most efficient manner. It's a little bit blue here. And this chin here is probably. So when I was painting the goat in the back, which I show you, the biggest thing I learned was how the animal furs worked. Because I don't really do animals a lot, actually ever. So this is my first attempt. Yeah, so what I learned the most about the goat was the animal fur, actually, how it kind of hangs on the body. The horse didn't have much fur because horse's fur is pretty short, so I didn't have to deal with that. But the goat I did have to deal with a little bit, and then this monkey, because I chose to do a baby monkey, there's a lot of that I had to deal with. So next one, spoiler alert, I am going to do rooster. That's the next one. I'm laughing because that's going to be very interesting. And I think I'm going to release these in batches of 4, because otherwise I'm going to have a long, we'll have to work on them for a long time. Okay. So we have a little monkey face starting to happen. Let's get closer. I did blue, some pinks, some toe area, underneath. I don't need to blend there. I think I probably could gone a little bit darker in the red there. The top of her other hand, his other hand. I really had to figure out if it's gonna be a he monkey or she monkey. I guess it should be a she monkey because, you know, all the orbits are hanging onto her, kind of like how baby monkeys do with the moms. I'm doing a light blue because I know the monkey fur is going to end up being in a little cool brown shade, so I'm not too scared of adding more colors right now because the brown's going to be pretty dark. But it's good to do all these under layers right now. So so that when brown goes on top, it'll be so rich and amazing. Okay. Okay. Right now I'm going very light, so I can probably go darker, it's quicker. Okay, let me show you, for those who just joined me, the painting I did last week, my go-to with carnations, a guide, my guiding goat that is helping out these little two orbits. One is crying, one is holding a lantern. I thought they turned out great. A little bit mythical painting. And then these flowers turned out really awesome. I don't know if you noticed the white jagged edges, because carnations have really jagged edges. So I wanted to add that detail so we know. But I think the most distinct part about carnation is probably the side view. They have this long, like, sepal area. I don't know if it, I know these are called sepals. I don't know if these are called that too, but it's part of it. Yeah, and then the go has a lot of, like, some blue, some red on top, but from visual point of view, from your eyes, it's, you know, white, a white goat. And you can see all these fur details I added, which are just like shadows basically. And then, yeah, okay. Let me know what you think. Now I have my yellow now. I'm gonna go on top. Oops. Okay, that's okay. I think that's okay. Because it's darker than my wash, so that is what I want. I also don't want to overdo it too early. I always am very nervous about going too dark in the beginning, so I always go too light, and then I had to end up painting like an extra layer on top. But maybe that's not a bad thing. I'm just thinking out loud. I am going to be traveling this weekend, so it's always like exciting and awesome, but also I hate to leave my studio, especially with like unfinished artwork, but life sometimes has to happen. Also, guys, I think I'm gonna cut my hair short when I go to a haircut place. I get my hair cut everywhere I travel basically. There's just not really a hairdresser in where I live that I like. So surprise next time I see you, but maybe it won't be too much of a surprise. Oh shoot, did I go too yellow maybe? It's okay. So I have furs happening. Tell myself, be brave with colors. You got this. So because I want to keep that fur, layering that fur texture, so I'm trying really hard to not blend, as I just blend it and instantly regret it. Okay, let's go here. Little monkey. I just want to make you look cute. Some animals are very easy to make cute, some are not. I guess monkey's pretty easy to make cute. Now I'm gonna do a light wash of cool brown burnt umber, and then I'm gonna let this whole thing dry first, and then move on to the flowers. And if you guys are in the chat, don't forget to stop by and say hi. Oh, if you're watching, I should say. So set a little bit fur here. Go to glaze this area, I think. So right here casts a shadow. Okay. Darker here. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do a spray masking fluid around these work beds. I hope that's okay. I just gotta be very careful for the edges. It's really cute. Oh, thank you. I know. I think sometimes when I concept a painting, I immediately know it's gonna be awesome. Like this one. After I'm done with it, I was like, wow, I can't wait to work on this. I think it's gonna be awesome when I'm done. But the goat one in the back, I wasn't so sure after I concepted, but it turned out great, so I'm happy about that. So I should be more confident in my skills, I guess. But you know, just like anything else, I don't love all my paintings the same way. Some I favorite others over others, obviously, but I do love that they are all my labor, love of my labor, result of my labor, labor of love. Oh my gosh, words. I think I'm being too careful right now because it's gonna be pretty dark. Okay. It's been raining all night last night. Oh, still raining. I think that's makes my plants happy right now. These furs are so hard to me right now. Okay, this is why I didn't want to start with this brown, but it's okay. Love the go-to. Thank you, Trevor. I know you ended well. You definitely got out of that ugly girl phase and developed quite nicely at the end of the day. If you guys know any goats in your life, the Chinese animal zodiac, actually I forgot the years, but next year is the year of the goat, actually. So if so you count 12 back, 12 back and 12 forward. It's gonna be goat again. So if next year is goat, anybody who is like 11 is a goat, 23, 40, oh my gosh, 35. I did not say math is my strong suit, guys. And yeah, if you guys have any questions about what I'm doing, what's going on, let me know in the chat. And again, don't forget to like this live stream. It'll be really helpful. Thank you guys. I think painting this fur is like the hardcore exercise of when not to blend. This is it. If you want to know, master how to not blend in watercolor, draw some animal first. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we have my little monkey kind of blocked out now. This brush should be darker here. How to say? Okay, so when I look into my screen, it feels patchy, although it looks better in real life on my table. So that just means that I don't have enough value in it yet. I put in my expo. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it, Trevor. Need some blue to cool some areas down. So I find myself keep going back and forth between the brown, the blues, and the pinks. So I guess that's gonna be the rhythm for these skinned. So when I add some blue to the brown, it makes it look darker immediately. So I didn't really have to add more brown, besides adding some blue in the brown to make it more like a shade area. I think I find that I like this way of building shadows way better, and I think it is the more correct way to do it. And for anyone who does watercolor and haven't tried that yet, I highly suggest that you try. It might change your life. Here. Make it cool here. Oh, thank you. Yes, 80, 92, 04, 16, and 20, 28. There you have it. I think I really can go on forever layering these washes if I just keep them so light. Now I feel like my pinks weren't pink enough. Let's go in, just do a little bit more pink, then I think I'm ready to move on to my, oh shit, to my flowers now. Let's start with the feet since I kind of did feet last. It's pretty. Feet and hand, it was pretty hard. It's very tricky to do. These monkey toes are like shorter and stubbier than humans, but they're very similar actually. Shit, I think I made that just too hot pink. Love the monkey with the orbits. I know, I think the monkey's gonna be a word. Once the orbits are done, it's gonna be really cute. I like the orbits on these. I even had a great time like drawing them. Still feels a little too red. Oh wait, I also gotta remember once it dries, it probably doesn't feel as red. See, this is when I get in trouble. I feel like, you know, when the paint is still wet, I feel like, oh, it's too it's pretty dark already, and I don't want to make them darker. And then once it dries, I was like, oh, that like didn't look like that was no color. I don't see anything. So just kind of had to remind myself that. Let's go in with some blue right away, I think. Well, still wet. Tip here. Oh, whoa, look at that. So I make some blue with that brown, and then it got on the pink, and it looks like a completely different color, which is awesome because I think this color is pretty awesome. So just do just a tip of the pink finger. Yes, for those of you who are just joining us, I just released my Enchanted Mushrooms collection in my Etsy shop. And if you are on my VIP list, you're gonna email about it. My VIP list is, the link is also in the description below if you guys are interested. But since you guys are here on my live, you're also hearing it from me now. I have not announced it on social media or anything like that. But yes, they are live in my Etsy shop. Go take a look. It was if you've been to my live stream, you probably have seen them in pieces by themselves, but now you see all 7 of them together. It was pretty cool. It's pretty cool for me to look at. Oh, hello, graphic. Yes, so awesome to have you. Hope you've been well. Hope you've been well. I've missed your live on TikTok. I know, I need to binge. I think since the last time I was there, I got like so deathly sick with that virus that everyone has been getting. Have you guys heard of that? At least in America, the one that took me out for literally a week. I kid you not. I was like getting better, then getting worse, then getting better. Then I got a sinus infection, and then it was just shit. But hello. I know you do. And I've met so many awesome cats because of that. Do people still call cats? Am I just dating myself? Okay. So, okay, now I kind of see the toe, hand, fingers. What was I doing here? I think I wanted to warm this part up. But yeah, how have you been? Okay, so right now I'm sick, COVID third time. Oh no, graphic. I'm so sorry to hear that. So are you having like this crazy cough and sinus situation? Then I'm like, maybe I got COVID. Maybe that was COVID. Not a flu or something. I don't know. COVID third time like this year or like ever. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly out there, guys. Stay safe. Stay away from crowds and strangers. And poly kids, because they're usually full of germs. I can't help it. I can't help it, so I'm stuck with that. Arms. Okay, hands. Awesome. Monkey hands, monkey feet. I hate agreeing with policy, but third time since the beginning of COVID. Hello, Butterfly Jones. Hello, Vanessa. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Third time since the beginning. And hello, Quartz Creations. Oh, I like your name. Welcome. So happy to have everyone here. Yay. But now I have everyone here. I do want to switch gear really quick. I want to show you guys the painting I finished last week. Um, I am working on a whole series of 12 animals of Chinese zodiac. Was inspired by commission I did, but it's also I thought it's a good challenge because I don't usually paint these things, different type of flowers, all these animals. So I thought I'll give myself a challenge to kind of like grind through this whole series. I am on my, this is cute or whatever. So I am, this one I'm working on is my the third one. So the year of the monkey, I have a monkey I started painting. I was just start doing all these different color washes. I started with some yellow underpainting, then pink, then blues. And then I was working on the feet and the hands for a minute. But I was just telling everyone I didn't want to go too dark on this monkey fur yet because I do want to start working on the flowers, kind of eventually build up the darkness, some of the dark part as the last step, like the eyes and whatnot. But here's a monkey with my signature or bed creatures. There are these flower thought creatures, and the flower for the monkey is chrysanthemum. I've never painted these before, but I'm gonna have a hell of a fun time painting them because I love how organized their petals are. So yeah, look at that monkey. I know it's cute, isn't she cute? I don't know if it's a he or she, but I feel like it's starting to be a she because all these orbits are kind of hanging on like baby monkeys would do with moms. But I wanted to show you guys this painting, the one I finished this last week. I think you were some of you were here with me when I did this painting. But my goat with carnation with my little orbits, one of them is crying, one of them is talking to the goat with a lantern. The carnation flowers turned out pretty awesome. I was worried about it, but it was awesome. And then we have this goat with a very kind face as they are. Um, so yeah, here we have it. I was just sharing that painting, I wasn't so sure about that one, but now that I finished it, I feel like I learned so much from doing that painting. I was sharing the animal fur, but also just the flowers, different flowers. Love it, thank you. Uh, okay, okay, so monkeys, here we are. Do we do more monkeys or should I give it a break? Because I really truly realized goat is amazing. Look at those eyes. I know the eyes I had a good time painting. They're very like humankind. If you look at goats' actual eyes, they're like these very kind eyes. I don't know how to describe that. But we hope so. We hope the monkey turns out well. I think it's shaping up to. Oh, is this what I want? Yes. So monkey, the people who are born in the year of monkey is said to be very could be mischievous, but very smart and very they're like natural born leaders, but could be at the times mischievous. Take it as you may. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm the year of the rat, and I think what it says about me is pretty true. So we're inferring. Okay, so I started. Oh, sorry, that was way blown out. But yeah, for those of you who are joining me, don't forget to hit the like on the live. That'd be really helpful. Okay, so I think that's good. Maybe a little bit dark. Let's work on some of the pink on the face. So I was looking at tons of baby monkey images, and I thought it was pretty funny that baby monkeys totally reminds me of Benjamin Button. They're like these little tiny furry creatures, but have a totally old man face. They're all like wrinkly with these folds and loose skin around the eyes, giant ears. But they're still so cute still. So I want to preserve that cuteness. So that round eyes is, helps it to feel cute. And large ears, large hands. So I'm trying to push the cuteness as much as I can. But yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of the monkey, then I'm gonna move on to do the chrysanthemum flowers. I was kind of thinking out loud about how to approach them because there's just so many petals that I didn't want to do a wet on wet technique to start because it will take me forever. But yeah, we'll see. And Trevor was so kind and looked up the years for Year of the Monkey. It's up top of the chat. When is it? Where if you're born in the year of 1980, 1992, 2004, 2016, 2028, you are a monkey. How do we look? Okay, it's pretty cute. Something's going here. It's blended. So I have some blue in the shadow of her eyes. Some pinks. And some yellows. Kind of the triad that's happening with this monkey. Triad colors. But Vanessa, if you're still here, I hope you had a good week. I hope you had a fun playing with your grandson. my daughter's spring break is next week. So next week I will be taking a little break from the studio, go on the road trip to Los Angeles, and then we'll be back the week after that. Okay, you know what? So the light's coming from this way. I'm gonna add a little bit of pink just on top of this fur, just to warm that up. Oh, this blushy coral color. So pinks here, just a little bit here. This old man ear. Also, their ears are very similar to human ears, which was kind of spooky to look at. And if you've seen my other live streams when I was painting people, you know that I don't love painting ears. I just think they're just so funny looking, these weird looking parts of our body. Not my favorite. Okay, so we got the monkey kind of blocked in. I definitely have to go back and refine, push the values more, like these areas probably to be darker right out the bat. I'm looking through my screen like darker, need to push the values more, but I think the pink area looks pretty nice, and then some blue areas. And then obviously I'm gonna do the eyes last, and this monkey is gonna look like totally different. The monkey's gonna look totally different when I'm done with her. Watching the monkey glowing up, should we say? You know the internet term of glow up. I feel like I'm glowing her up. And I probably, as I'm talking right now, saying out loud, I'm probably going to have to drop in some gouache to really push some of these dark values when we are there. Oh my gosh, my OCD's like won't let me leave this monkey. You gotta go, we gotta move on. Okay. See, I really can't just do this all day, like pushing the values, adding more details. And then suddenly rest of my painting's like not done. So my rule of thumb with painting is always trying to cover as much of the white areas as fast as possible, and then go back to add details. This way you don't end up risking like overworking one area and not have other areas worked out. And I am working on my monkey first, the main subject, because I felt like I should have done that with my goat. But luckily the goat turned out to be okay, totally fine, so maybe it didn't matter. But today I'm trying to be good and start working on my main subject first before getting into the supporting roles. All right, so we have this monkey. You can kind of tell his pose. He's sitting Indian style. One hand is on top of the other, looking wistfully further into the space. You have one orbit on top, and he's like clutching two orbits. One is hiding, he's clutching one. All right, now let's do the flowers, and maybe I will start with this one here in this corner. So these yellow things are masking fluids, so I will peel them off at the end because I want to preserve some of the white luminosity in them. Very realistic, looks awesome, yay! I just want the monkey to be cute. That was like my main goal. So let's see how we should paint this, huh? I'm trying to find a way to cheat this so I don't have to paint each petal one at a time. And And I think the masking fluid will help. So I think I'm gonna go in with one color to wash the whole thing, let it dry, and then do the darker shadow areas slowly. Okay. And then have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 full flowers. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5 buds. Oh my god. Oh, why did I do so many? All right. So chrysanthemum comes in all sorts of beautiful colors. And for today's purpose, I decided I'm gonna do the yellow and pink because I just realized I washed my monkey in this yellow and pink color, so it'd be nice. Do kind of like a yellow wash, but make it super white. But mix this color real quick. So I'm gonna do this one in a pale, pale yellow color. But instead of, I usually, you know, if you see me paint flowers before, I usually will do like glaze one petal at a time. But today I can't do that because there's so many petals and it will take me ages. So I'm gonna do the whole wash over every petal. I do have masking fluid on some parts, so these will be white once I peel them off. So that's no worries. It's kind of satisfying doing it this way, actually. And I think the time when I go in with the second darker wash is gonna be kind of important because if it's too dry, then it won't spread. But if it's too wet, you'll blur. And I don't want that. So anyways. Painting these animals and flowers that I don't usually paint has been pushing my art for sure. So I'm glad I did it. And sometimes it really takes the organized action to push yourself. Okay, so I kind of glaze the whole thing with this yellowish creamy color. This paint I'm using from the Chrythansemumms palette has a lot of yellow in it. Oh, another white in it. I'm wondering if that's a good thing. Mix a bit of brown in this. Okay. Ready? I am going to have my blending brush just ready. Very detailed, yes. Yes, it is very detailed. I just didn't know how to get around it because chrysanthemum flowers are very detailed flowers. And there's so many petals. Okay. Okay. Like, see, don't blend. Don't blend. The how it's doing, how it's spreading is just fine. Let's get up closer. So, so all these like the chrysanthemum petals like curves. So there's all these like curvatures, which I love, but it's also pain in the butt to paint. A small brush. Actually, that might be good for my cooler area. The color I just had. I'm looking at this thinking, oh no, do I actually have to go back to each petal and do this properly? I'm kind of trying to find a shortcut right now, but sometimes it doesn't always go my way. Anyway, so what I'm doing right now is I'm doing these petals below in the cool blue shadow. The cool blue mixed with that creamy yellow kind of becomes like a gray color, which is kind of cool. The dampness is drying very fast. Grr. I live in an area where it's so dry that I feel like my watercolor probably dries faster than someone living in a more humid area. So that kind of affects my techniques and speed as well. Thank you, Trevor. I know I spend a lot of time drawing these. Then I miss my anemones when they're just like, a circle in the center and then just bunch of round, like sticks around petals, and that's it. So needless to say, carnation was very hard. But this one is hard, but I feel like because the petals are more organized, I'm having a slightly easier time with them. But I don't know. We'll see. So, dried very fast. Okay. It looks nice though when it just gonna say that like the soft diffusing on a wet background is very nice. I was just debating if I should glaze this whole thing again, but I decided against it because then it could get messy. But it doesn't get that nice curl. Patience decision. So painting these flowers is a true testament of my patience. If you're an impatient person, which I am, this is a good practice. To glaze these areas as a whole and see how it goes. So this is like the back side of the flower that the bud curves up like that. So I'm gonna just do the ends and then hoping the paint will just glaze forward. Yes. Center, just a few dots. And also the bottom of the petals, where if like, falls on top of another one, I'm imagining them to be a little bit darker because there's probably a little bit of shadow. Oof. What do we think? Okay, I think it's starting to becoming, let's say, slowly becoming. It's part of it darker. Okay. Let's go back. Okay, okay. Very delicate flower this coloring is coming out to be, which is cool. Delicate. So now to my next flower, I need to finish this yellow part first and then do the cool colors. Okay, I can't wait to peel this off when it dries a little bit. Okay, I think that's pretty good for the first wash. I'll go back into more details as needed. I want to move on to the other ones quickly so that we cover more ground, so to speak. So monkey, chrysanthemum number 1, chrysanthemum number 2. Okay, just mix this color. Dang it. So when I did my research, it seemed like chrysanthemums comes in all sorts of colors. But the most common one I saw was the yellow one and the white one. But then there's also these exotic, more exotic varieties that comes in red and fuchsia. But yeah, I think yellow and white was the most common. Cover the whole thing with this orangish color, and I said earlier that okay, I'm gonna go in with a cool tone. Well, I'm gonna do the warm tones first. Is that warm enough? Looks amazing. Thank you, Trevor. You're always so kind. The middle part. Yes. And then I do have to say, painting wet on wet is easier for me. It is less time consuming. I'm figuring out my rhythm for these though. Again, first time painting these flowers. So considering, I think it's pretty good. So yummy. You know what, I'm just gonna drop this darker cream color in all the corners and hope they spread like I think they should. So fast. Okay. Now I'm gonna grab some bluish toned, bluish brown, brownish blue, depending on where you're looking, under some of these petals. So the light's coming from this way. I imagine some of these area will be cool, like the underneath ones. I need a tad longer because some area is too wet. losing my patience already. It's too soon. So many petals. Just oh, it looks pretty awesome in my like camera thumbnail view though. So that's when I usually know it's good. I don't need to freak out too much. So, oh, okay, yeah. I didn't paint too much here, but that white that comes out is so awesome. Like the luminosity. It's like the masking tape is reflecting the light right now, but once I peel off, it will be this white. Yes. Okay. Slowly moving into pink. I think I wanted to do this one white, and the rest can be pink, I guess. Okay, so and why didn't I do any masking fluid on this one? I don't know, but I think I need to actually. Hold on. We'll just, I think I want to add a little bit of masking fluid in that corner. So I guess that goes my plan. In life, things change, and we would go with a plan, new plans all the time. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, so just do a little bit of tip. I really like how these looked on the other ones, so I'm gonna do the same. Masking fluid, for those of you who are not familiar with, is just a latex fluid the Graphic Modern told me. I like that these artists' masking fluid comes in these tiny jars. Anything in tiny jars is cute and awesome. So I guess I'm a sucker for tiny things. Okay. I think that's good. Anywhere else while I have it out? Maybe a little bit here. Peeling these off are gonna be fun and hopefully it doesn't get aggravating, these tiny pieces. Okay. We're gonna let that dry. I guess I'm gonna be painting this one first. And this one is gonna be a pink one. Okay, that's pretty. All right. I'm gonna do a very light wash of this color and then go in with the darker reds. I have masking fluid on, so we're good there. No, washing with the color makes me so nervous. It's like, what if it's not the color I want? Just have to plan ahead. Okay, so I'm washing this pink color each petal, and by washing, I'm just carefully going over each of these tiny petals. I think so far so good. I'm actually going faster than I thought. So that's good. Be very patient here. So I started at the bottom and then started adding more water in the top, but I don't know if that was necessary, because now I gotta go back and add some more red. All right, so we had the first wash in. Oh, I think I'm gonna do the middle with a little bit of yellow. Okay, not that. Thank you, Trevor. And I probably should do like a pullback. So I think when you see that this chrysanthemum, we have this chrysanthemum, looks awesome. This is awesome. We have this monkey. But so far, this whole thing is very light and pale still. Probably looks even more so on your screen. And I'm going to darken some of these. Oh. Darken some of these petal areas. Love the pink. Oh, yay, I'm glad. It's kind of a combination of a whole bunch of colors. But I thought it's a really pretty pink. kind of like my hair actually, guys. Oops. There's so many petals. Where do I want to start? I'm basically doing like the back side in a little bit darker color as they overlap and fall on top of each other. Really kind of wish there's an easier way to paint this. I think I probably had to build it up with many washes with all these flowers. Because right now they are just so pale and I want them to pop, but without looking too bright. But we will get there. We will get there. So anybody, if for those of you who have seen all my 3 animals so far, which one's your favorite? Do you have a favorite? Or is it too hard to pick right now? Sometimes I find that when there's 3, it might be, you can pick. But then when there's 12, it might get overwhelming, which is also why I said in the very beginning that I think I might want to release them in batches, like 4 at a time or 3 at a time. So this is the 3rd. Maybe I'll do 1 more and I'll release them. I don't want to overwhelm you guys. So this pink I'm using now has a bit of more warmth in it. I guess I didn't want all the pinks look the same. So I'm going from warm, cool, and I probably had to cool the corners down with blue, like I did with the other one. Oh, it's so good I can't choose just one. I know it's hard. To be honest, I don't know if I have a favorite one yet, but maybe when there's more to look at, maybe we'll get there. Okay, so how? Maybe I'll add a little bit more of this crimson red. Crimson Lake, it's called. Let's start. Too dark. I'm actually gonna mix a little bit of blue into what I just did. I think that's gonna be awesome. Oh. Oh, that just looks way better when I do one by one. Oh, okay. I think I might have to go back on my second wash, not right now, but on my second wash, I will go back and suck it up and do it petal by petal with a glaze. So I do think it just looks so much better. Oh, maybe I can do that. Oh, this blue color's pretty. Keep it neat, that'll be good. Looks awesome already. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've so when I was painting the previous to the yellow white one, it wasn't it's almost a bit cheating because it's not a whole lot I have to paint actually, but now this one I do have to paint. And I for reals. But I'm glad it's starting to look awesome. I think it helps when I add all these variant colors. Just makes it more rich. And I don't know if you guys noticed, I do have a layer of underpainting on this flower, particularly the yellowish, this yellowish background color. So I think it makes it look more rich. Is that the right description? So not just like color on white. Well, I guess this paper I'm using Arches paper. It also comes with a little bit of cream base, so that helps. I guess no watercolor actually comes true like white. It just don't exist. Let's make this under like a shaded area. Back in with more pink to darken some of these areas even more. So this is maybe cool. Been really enjoying painting different kinds of flowers than I normally do, even though it's been very difficult. But I like the end result, so just kind of have to do it. So when the petal curls, the middle part is darker, this kind of gets a light. So I want to preserve the lightness in those areas. And I might go in and pop that with a little bit of yellow at the tips. That'd be nice. Chrysanthemums. 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 Say that 10 times. Let's do edges. Let's make this darker. I'm going through kind of each petal, assessing the value against its surroundings to see if anybody needs to be lightened, darkened, reworked. Well, I guess I can, my options only darken, not really lighten with watercolor, but that's why I go so light on my first layer. Okay, I think I'm sick of this flower now. Let's move on to a different one. But I'm not abandoning you. I will come back and work on you a little bit more. Painting this chrysanthemum, it's like I just kept on finding more details I can add on, which I guess was my experience with the monkey too. And that's the whole reason why after I drew concept of this one, put it on paper, I was like, oh no, this one's gonna take me forever to do for this exact reason. But I think it'll be awesome when I'm done with it. All right, okay. This one seems too light here. Let's see, cooler shadow area. A little bit warmer here. Add a darker pink. To keep on adding some darker pinks in these corners. Let's move on. I'm gonna do that big flower at the bottom because I want to break from drawing tiny petals. So this one has slightly darker petal, not bigger petal, but also it's like an area. If I'd done this, then I probably should have done like clockwise, so my hand is always on a dry flower. Actually, should I take my best advice right now? Maybe I should. Never mind. I'm gonna do this one so that my hands are on a dry area. Then I'll go do that one last. Okay. Completely just strategizing on the spot. This is I got 2 yellowish color, 1 pink. I just started, this is gonna be my second pink one. Okay. I hope you guys like chrysanthemum flowers because we're doing a whole lot of it today. Oh. So today I'm just starting with a glaze of the color on the petals right away. find myself not loving this technique because I don't get a whole lot of texture in. However, the caveat today being that my flowers are the chrysanthemum flowers have so many petals and details that I don't think it would have made a huge difference anyways. The lines are making the texture. Whereas usually, when I painted the Enchanted Mushroom series, there's not a whole lot of lines, so just few big shapes. And in those cases, I want to add as much texture as possible to make them look interesting. Do you want to make these lines neat and organized? So. Like sighing a lot today. Sighing a lot because this is so hard. But I think we're making good progress. So yeah, right now I'm just glazing the petals with this pink color. I'm gonna go back in to push the value of the darker areas, the lighter areas. And I do have masking flora on some places, so I'm not afraid of losing my white and right now. I think with watercolor, I think that used to be like my biggest fear. I always preserve the white in the beginning, but as I paint them as I go, I just somehow always paint over them, and then I don't end up with like that nice light patch that indicates like a direct light. Which is important to me. Oh, shoot. Painting chrysanthemum today. Practice of patience. Very Zen, very Buddhist. Wait, let's add something here. I do love the center of these flowers because it's like it starts with a ball and it spreads with these beautiful long and thinly petals. Very different from any other flowers. Oh, also, it kind of reminds me of those, tea. If you've ever had chrysanthemum tea, they come in a ball and you put it in a tea pot and they, rehydrate, it becomes flowers. I always love those tea. Drinking them and just watching that rehydration process. Something very therapeutic about it. And for those who are just catching me, I do have a VIP list It's in the description. I share my latest art drops with my VIPs first. I just had a new collection dropping this week. Not announced it on social media or anything, so the VIPs are first ones to know if you're interested. But since you're here live, I will share. Obviously, I am sharing that with you guys. The collection is on my Etsy shop, and the link is in, I think it's also in description, but also in my bio. This was a very dramatic flower. I enjoy painting this one. Okay, now do I have a little bit redder? I'm gonna go into these folds and darken it. You know what I'm gonna say? I was using that what do they call oval, round oval shaped, flattened oval to blend, but I think it was making it too messy. Okay, now I'm going with a darker red in some petals and some corners especially. I hope this stays for longer. Love the new mushrooms. Thank you. Do you have a favorite? I know they're very hard to choose. I had a hard time to choose. Because there's like, you know, each orb bed just have such a different personality and the meaning, also the colors. I wish I can just make a perfect combination that's like, okay, no doubt, to anybody, that's the most amazing. Don't know if that's possible because art is something so subjective. I do feel like there is something objective, like I think there are good art that we all agree, no matter who you ask, is good. But I don't think anybody would like because there are people who there are good art that not everybody likes, right? Like it's some people like, it's a good, but it's not my thing. So yeah, I wish it was like the perfect combination I can create, but maybe one day I'll find it. They're all awesome. Oh, Trevor. It's hard to choose. I think I mentioned that already. Oh, that's cool. I just dropped it at the end like that. Maybe I'll do that here. I think wet on wet is still my favorite technique. Or I like the look of it the best in the end, I think. Oh, that's cool. Let's do that on these ones. So they look more even. Oh yeah, so I think I just realized I answered one of my own questions from the other session. Remember I asked, maybe you don't, I asked if all artists kind of have the same, beginning step, 1, 2, 3, or it all changes. And I think I realized I definitely think that for most of us, it depends. That's the answer. Today I totally had to find a different solution or like approach to this piece of art because it's so friggin' detailed in the best way. Okay. Don't want to overdo it. Maybe the one with the orbit kicking the mushrooms. Oh yeah! You went to look, didn't you? That's amazing because you know what? I had to like create a little video to promote it, and that was exactly the one I picked because I don't know, I think the combination of that fuchsia and the blue, but also the pose was just so funny. Yay! I'm glad. Great minds think alike. I didn't want to say that was my favorite because I have a few other I really like, but just logically that made best sense to be put in a promotion. Which tells me that I think just in general we like things that's in motion. Note to self. This is very helpful, Trevor. Very helpful. Thank you. But just a disclaimer, that is not my favorite piece. I don't know what my favorite piece yet. But the combination of that one just made the most sense. Some darker shadows. Oh, it's very dark. No, I'm just like, I can't wait to paint some lilies when they're just like bipedals and that's it. So this is good. Because normally if I had to like, leave it to my own devices, I will probably never choose to paint the chrysanthemum. But because I'm doing a series, I'm kind of limiting myself to these subjects that I'm definitely at the edge of my comfort. So yay, congratulations me. Sometimes on my edge is patience. Yes, after you mentioned it, it's hard not to think about that. Oh, yay. Should I rank them in order from 1 to 7? 1 being my favorite, 2, 7, to see if it matches up with what other people think. Okay. Excuse me. I'm adding a little bit of this purple color into the corners of this under layers. It's going blind. There's so many lines. Oh, I totally forgot to mention. So today on Lupe Art's art account, it's LOUPE. They are a kind of an art platform for streamers because the artists on their platform, they stream their artwork on devices like Apple TV, Fire TV. I'm not sure what kind of contract they have with these providers, but my art is, or me as an artist, is being featured on their platform today. So that's exciting. So yeah, I it might be a small win, but I felt like this journey is hard. I need to celebrate every little bit of win. So if you guys are curious about the post, go check it out. Oh, you saw, yay! Yes, thank you. Yeah, pretty proud of myself. Let's see. So this flower is super pale. Okay, need some more warmish color. I think the cool area is good. Yes, and Trevor, I also got that art book. The art book. Oh shit. Already, I haven't made a post about it. I haven't even opened it. I almost want to be a surprise when I see it for the first time, but I will make a post about that too. And if you want to get a copy, because there are also a lot of awesome artists in there, that I will share a code with you so you don't have to pay the full price. But let me know, DM me if you're interested. But no pressure, obviously. because I don't get paid for it. um, it should be warmer. Let me add some more. Cool. I will share that code with you. In DM on X. Okay. Okay, so I add a little bit more of a warm red to my mix. So now I'm kind of going over the top of these. So we cool this area down, but the top I'm gonna add warm it up with these warmer reds. So we have a little bit of a close new. Oh my gosh, my brain is not working today. I've been struggling with words. Light and darkness in the fluff. Oh, hi Crimson. I like the blues and the shadows. Sound really nice. Harmony of colors. Yeah, so thank you for noticing. I appreciate that. So I added some cool, it's actually a cool purple at the bottom. And then I'm warming it up on top now. And then these are the first few. So 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth one. My daughter, she's in art class, obviously. And I share that I don't want to teach her because I don't want her to end up hating it. She told me that, it's like, Mommy, did you know that purple is the coolest color? And I was like, oh, is that true? I didn't realize that, but I think she is right. Obviously, she had a very good teacher teaching her. So now, today, I was, I guess, exercising what I learned. Because usually I probably would do blue, like this one, I did do some blue, but because the paint was still wet, the blue ended up mixing with the pink and ended up becoming purple. So I just used the purple here. And I think that pushed it even further, which is good. I am this tricolor harmony for this painting is definitely, oh, I guess it's the pinks, the yellows, and the blues, and all the color that mix in between. So I guess it is pretty harmonized. I did do an underpainting on this one, so everything you see has a kind of yellow undertone. So as I'm adding more colors on top, I think it looks a little bit more rich. I think Crimson, you are the one who reminded me that I haven't been doing underpainting as I should. So now I'm trying to make sure I don't forget. Because, you know, it is just one more step that I forget. Okay, and today I am not doing as much glazing because these petals are so freaking small. It would take me like years to glaze each one by one separately. But also because this flower is so line driven, they're so strong line shape, I don't think texture is going to make as big a difference. So I'm not gonna worry about it, in other words. I am going to, after this layer, I'm going to go back with some very saturated dry brush to just hit the color, hopefully, with areas of saturated brilliance. It's using layers on digital, so intuitive for someone like me. It's like using layers on digital. Yes, I was just going to say, you were saying that like traditional is so hard and whatnot. It doesn't feel you don't feel as comfortable with it. I almost feel like you should just treat it exactly as digital and see what happens. Like everything you would do with a digital painting, try with watercolor. I think you might be surprised at how similar they actually are. Because that's what I'm finding out. And I am finding that the more I layer different watercolors, the better it looks. So there's that. Okay, so I need to push these corners. Okay, so we got this flower, this flower is. Let's pull a little back. Okay, it is coming along. But why do I feel like I have so much more to go? Okay, there's a little guy here. Let's do that right now. There's so much more to go. I want to cry. Yes, this is one of those paintings. As soon as I finished concepting it on paper, I was like, oh crap, it's gonna be a hard one. As I said in multiple tools, the more I paint watercolor, the more it's actually straightforward. Yeah, exactly. It is exactly like the multiply tool or mode, uh, which, by the way, I always forget to do when I do digital myself. And I feel like I make my own life harder that way. Yeah, exactly. Awesome. It sounds like you've been painting though. That's awesome. I hope. I hope you've been painting. I think you may be slightly different about digital versus watercolor. The color theory is exactly the same. You should apply the color theory. I think the little bit difficult part is probably the amount of water you had to learn to control, because I do think it makes a lot of difference in the outcome. The amount of water, which affects the texture, which affects how they dry and all that stuff. And I mentioned that my goal right now is actually like, I don't know. There are these artists I see online that does these like abstract textures in watercolor that just absolutely to die for. And I'm wondering how I can incorporate that into my painting without going abstract, which I feel like would be too far away from my art language. So this is like a half opened bud. And actually I am glazing it like I normally would, because for some reason when there's less petals, I feel less intimidated. We are our own worst enemies. That's what that means. That's what this tells me. Hello, it's Kai. Hi, Kai. Choosing a flower, so many petals, brave. Yes, I've been complaining this whole session, like, why did I do this to myself? And it's one of those things, as soon as I finished drawing it on paper, I was just like, oh, is this gonna be a time-consuming one? But but I had an absolutely amazing time drawing these because I love lines, especially like these curved lines. That's when I, have time to doodle. I almost find myself always end up doodling like these curvy lines as my go-to shape. So drawing it was awesome fun. Now I'm painting it, not so awesome. Also, my eyes are like going wiggly on me because there's so many lines. But hi, thanks for stopping by. And Kerman said, I've been painting last week. Yes, taking out. So Crimson said he actually painted the best portrait this week after taking a little break. Maybe you should take more breaks, Crimson. Maybe taking your eyes off your painting and come back with a fresh perspective is good. Oh, okay. Note to self. I love the colors. Thank you. A4 so means I can paint new pieces fairly quick, so I try to get as mess. Yeah, that's awesome. In fact, that's why I switched to smaller painting because if you go back to my older lives, I used to paint these like giant ones, like 3 feet by 6 feet watercolor, which is like a whole feat in itself. But I had a great time painting it, not gonna lie. But then I also realized it would take me a couple weeks, sometimes 3 weeks to finish a painting. I was like, I need to get more reps in myself and have more repertoire, more inventory, let's see, for my shop. But I think this size right now I'm painting is like, it's like 20 by 30 or something. It's not 18 by 24. It's big. It's shit, I don't know actually, but I know it's not 18 by 24. It's bigger than that. I think after, so I want to, because this whole series has so much detail I end up including, so I didn't want to go too small, but I have some painting ideas with just the oil beds that I think I'm going to do them on pretty small paper so I can like just get as many of them done as possible. Okay, so we got 1, 2. So I'm not trying to be too ambitious, but I feel like if I got, let's try something new today, right now. If I got all the flowers painted, like base layer today, I will be happy actually, because I did get the monkeys locked in. So now I don't feel like I'm so behind. So all the other ones, I kind of just went in with the color, right? But this last one, I did a glazing. So I'm wondering if that was not such a good idea, because I just like the look of wet on wet better. So for this one, I am going to just glaze the white part. So many petals. I know, I was right. Let's see what happens. We've all been there at one point. I remember a bunch of younger me thought secret to drawing better hair was so little draw every shred. Yeah. Which I literally just went through that with the animal fur actually. Funny. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't do a lot of hair because I actually hate painting hair. And the series I did last year with the women in it, they're actually all bald heads. I guess I didn't want to dry hair. But also the whole story behind the series you know, the bald head worked, but yeah. Okay, I don't know if that was such a good idea. Crap. Can't do this. Okay, I'm just gonna let this flower dry and go back to it when it's dry because it's wet on, because the petals are so freaking small and thin that this wet on wet is not working. But have no worries. We have plenty of flowers to go today. Okay. So this flower is pretty to the front. I'm gonna make this warmer so it comes out at us more. And then the one warm pop out, probably warm. These are gonna be a warm cluster. And then I'm gonna cool these off to push it to the back. And this is kind of in the middle, so I think we're good. So warm, warmest, slightly warm, cool. Okay. Okay, so let's do more water here. I'm gonna stick with it. I did have an underpainting on these flowers. I don't know if you can see their edges. That has that warm yellow color already. So I'm just gonna go in bravely with these colors. Seems like those cool shadow has been fan favorites. Exciting. Because I think adding that little bit of contrast color to the shadow is actually really fun to do. Long strands of petals. Do you guys do this when there's something really hard? You just like going really slow. You just look at it like it's a monumental task. It's good that I'm doing this live because I can't just be like, forget it, I'll do it tomorrow, and then tomorrow, and then tomorrow. Because I'm live, I just kind of have to get through it. But for most cases, actually in every case, once I get through a certain point, it becomes like, okay, why was I all bent up a shape about it? And then I learned something new, which is the most exciting part. So this top part, I'm gonna make it lighter. So light's coming from this way, so this is lit up. Some of this are lit up too. Yeah, this whole wet on wet technique just does not work on my chrysanthemums. For me, at least, anyways. I'm sure there are artists out there who can do this with ease, but not me. I do this dry on wet has been, no, wet on dry has been good.
I love you.
So add a little bit more orange. The orange, the orange color is actually a warm like a it's the for the from Hoban is the color code is called vermilion, which is like a flame red, like a really orangish red. That is actually one of my most used colors, believe it or not. Very versatile color. Hmm. Was just checking the animal, the zodiac. There's so many cool animals. Yeah, I get the freaking You're cool. Rat is the first one. First one. You won the race. So I'm a rat too, by the way. So yay, rat pack. Um, which either means we're same age or I'm like a lot older than you because I don't think I'm younger than you. But yeah, do you guys know the whole story, the folklore story of the zodiac animal, how they came about? My girlfriend's tiger, cool. Sister dragon, way cool. Mother snake, very cool. Father's ox, oh, that's a good father. And I get freaking rat. Okay, so let me tell you about the zodiac animal story. Maybe you'll feel better about it. So the whole story behind the zodiac animal, I guess you guys could easily look it up, but I can tell you right now, is that, the folklore is like the emperor of the heavens needed a way to tell time. So he decided to choose 12 animals. So each year represents 12 animal and it's 12 years in rotation. So he said that the first 12 animals that meet at the heaven's gate or something will be included, and then every all the other animals will not be. So all the animals set out to go on this race, and cat and mouse were friends back then, that they went on a journey together. But on the day of, the cat, cat sleeps a lot. It was deep in sleep. The rat actually just got up and went without waking cat up. She was very early, the rat, or he or she, I guess I'm saying she, was very early, met ox on the way there. The kind ox said, oh, you can ride on my back since you're so small. So the rat rode on ox's back, and they were the first ones to get to the heaven's gate, and and then because rat was riding on the ox, he just jumped off the ox, went ahead and got first place, and the ox was second. But if you think about it, ox actually did all the hard work, so that the rat really should be the second one, but he is cunning and ruthless and won first place. And that is the story of the Chinese zodiac. And that's why in the legend that the cat and mouse don't get along, because of that story. So that every time when cat sees a rat until this day, he would chase it and try to kill it. Hello, I am insane. You are you? I am too, I guess. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. I am working on a watercolor series of Chinese zodiac animals, where I was just telling everyone about the zodiac folk story, if you don't know about it. And it's very interesting. I guess I take that for granted because, I'm Chinese and I grew up knowing it, but I think a lot of people don't know about it. So yeah. So rat is the first of the zodiac snakes, zodiac order. So yeah, Vicky, you should be happy. You're the first. Okay, so I was like trying so hard to tell the story. I totally forgot, lost my rhythm with this painting. Where was I? Okay, so I was painting the warmer part, warmer part. Looks good. Thank you so much. Was complaining earlier that I'm doing the zodiac animal. There are 12 cool animals, as Vicky was saying, and and I'm challenging myself by painting this series because all these flowers and all these animals are not something I usually will pick to paint because some of them are really hard and I will try to avoid it. But because I'm doing this series, I'm challenging myself, pushing forward into new grounds, and it's definitely been rewarding. It's challenging, but it's been rewarding because the outcome has been great, and I feel like I'm pushing my edge of my artistry, and that could only mean good things, right? It's the year of the horses, that's all I know. Yes, amazing story, never heard that before. Yeah, so you guys heard about the Chinese zodiac in this story. And this year's the year of the horse, which was actually the first painting I did. I don't have it up anymore. I took it down because, and then I did the year of the goat, which is next year, and that's a painting I have on the back. Um, and then I'm doing the year of the monkey right now, which is the year after that, etc., etc. Each of these animals, just like, have you ever guys heard of the floral zodiac? That each zodiac animal comes with its own flower preference. I'm sure it's an internet thing, but since I do a lot of flowers in my artwork, I thought it'd be why not incorporate that as well? So I did. And then chrysanthemum is a flower for monkeys. Super hard to paint because there's so many petals. And then the goat was carnation, and then the horse was sunflower. Sunflower was fun to paint. It was fun. uh, I am insane. Do you do art professionally? I am trying to. I guess what do you consider as professional? I guess I am trying to make a good living from making my art. It's a long and arduous journey. I have sold artwork as prints and artwork originals in the past and continue to do so. Someone told me once, for all the artists who are here, Snake is Camilla. Um, Camilla will be kind of hard to paint too, I guess. Someone told me that if anyone has ever sold artwork, then you're a professional artist. So I guess in that in that, I am a professional artist, I guess. But do I wish I made more money? Absolutely. Am I working on expanding my art business? Yes. I guess this is not my hobby. I'm trying to make it my job. So thank you for all your support. Anyone who would like to support me, that would be awesome. I have all sorts of link in my profile. Much appreciated. Trevor, yes. Um, Vicky, for rat, the flower is actually lily, and I was just saying earlier that I'm looking forward to paint some freaking lilies when they're just 5 petals and 5 large petals, and that's all. Oh my gosh. So, oh, this looks super light right now. Okay. I digress. So I painted the base color. I'm gonna go into the corners or some areas with a darker pink. Maybe like this one here. So many petals, so many. So I'm actually looking forward to painting rat, and I have done a rat commission before, and it turned out cute. So it's not, we'll paint a little vole or something where it's actually cute and not a not a sewage rat. Latte. Yes, my sister loves lilies. Yes, I think lilies and tulips are one of my two of my favorite flowers. So I'm like, oh, my flowers lily. That is amazing. That tracks. Yay. Um, I have some lilies in my yard, but I think I shared that yet last year my neighbor's dog kept on peeing on it, and then because my neighbor's dog pees on it, my dog has to pee on it. So I don't know if they have survived. We'll see. Okay, so I added some darker red to some areas. And then we're gonna go add some of that cool purplish blue. I think I'll be so proud of myself after this one is said and done, though. I think once it has this flower definitely has impact visually. Did I want that bloom? It's here. Let's make this one here purple. I do think that your sister's so lucky too. Peonies, gladiolus, yes. Thanks. Yes, next one I had to paint is gladiolus for rooster. I mean, in fact, I'm not looking forward to paint rooster or the gladiolus, but I think gladiolus I've drew illustrations for it before, so I think the structure is good. Peonies is another one of those with tiny petals, so maybe I should go more abstract with it instead of do the petals like this one, which I'm like, why did I do that? And maybe I will do it as more of a just shades. I just gotta plan ahead. So okay, I did some purple to push those colors back. Hey, I did mention this is a challenge, right? So I will not shy away from this challenge. We're gonna do it. I don't know if you're here when I mentioned that, but I think after I'm gonna release these in batches to give myself a break. Otherwise, I might melt down. So I think I'm gonna do this is my third one. I'm gonna do the rooster and gladiolus next. Then I'm gonna take a break, work on something else. I'm gonna release these 12 animals as three sets of forest party. I'm just talking out loud right now, planning it out loud with you guys. Yeah, I might need a break after all these crazy flowers. Hydrangea is actually not too bad because it's just like the same repeat shapes all over. draw that before and it wasn't too bad. Okay. Talking too much today. Talking. I do have all these masking fluid on them to preserve the light. I am going to not peel them off yet, but hopefully I'll get to peel them off today live. What time is it? Okay. Oh, hi, Ken. Hey. How's it going? It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. I am working on a 12 Animals of Chinese Zodiac series with their corresponding flowers. It's a challenge because I find that I'm painting all sorts of new things that I've not done before. Looking forward to the release. Yes, me too. Because when I finish a series and release it, it feels good. It feels like, oh, I accomplished something. I don't know if anyone else feels the same. I did this yellow center. Maybe that's too yellow. We'll see. Let's do a little check. So we got the monkey layer done. I think these flowers turned out to be really good. This one, this little bit hair, there's another one here. This one is like the hero flower. I guess I spent a lot of time on this detail and probably need more time on the detail. This one, okay. Gotta paint these little buds here and the big one. I really hope to get to the stems because I think you'll like have a big impact once I'm done with them. I see you short for the commission you made and it was looking at your fancy certificate of authentic. Oh, that's thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. And yes, I just finished a Year of the Snake commission, which was I do those commissions once I guess whenever my clients, collectors ask me, but not all the time. Maybe I want to do more of them, obviously. But that was like the what kind of got me inspired on this whole journey of making the 12 animals of Zodiac. And I love that out of all things, that's the one that the certificate authenticities was stuck with you. And hence the power of certificate authenticities. And for all you artists who are watching, if you sell original artwork, you should always try to include that. What I include, I think for my package, it was like a thank you note, a certificate of authenticity, an invoice, some free gifts of stickers. Nice, it's a cool idea. Yeah, I also just feel like art is such a subjective thing. I think that include anything that elevates your brand is a good, and I think certificate of authenticity is an easy way to do that. So yeah, take note. In fact, I feel like I might have forgot to do it for a while, but then I suddenly remember, yeah, I need to do that. So for this commission, I did. And I think it just means that I'm becoming more experienced as a professional artist. These smaller ones are just like a relief to paint. Or smaller ones, not smaller, but just less petals. Okay. So that's a warmer color. Let's add a darker shades here. These flowers are testing my patience. Really, really. I can't wait to look at it when it's done. Middle part. I do know that I have all these masking fluid around some of the flower. Once I peel that off, it's gonna look awesome because it preserved all the light. And then when I go in with my second washes, I will obviously go over some of these preserved the white area, but I've preserved that luminosity, so to speak. And it's gonna be awesome. Yes, yes. Okay. Done. Are we dry here? Oh, yes. Okay. Back here. So we're dry here. I had this brilliant idea of, oh, maybe I should just glaze this whole thing and then see how it goes. It was not a good idea because it was so wet that I drop any paint down, it just spreads to all these petals, which is not what I wanted. So for all these style paintings, these oh my gosh, brain chrysanthemums. My usual process is doing a kind of wet on wet first, but because these petals are so tight and small, I find that wet on wet didn't really work. So today I've just been show done. That's okay. So today I've just been glazing them with the color that these flowers will be in, just right off the bat. I guess that's more like a wet on dry technique. These flowers are true test of my patience. Flowers looking amazing. What was the effort? Thank you, Trevor. I feel like usually it is. I think as people in general, we appreciate details. But yes, I know you'll be well worth it once I'm done. That's why I said I can't wait to look at it when it's finished. I'll probably feel so proud of myself. I did not do my masking fluid on this flower for some reason. And didn't do it live to do that, so I'm just going to be very carefully around some areas that I want to keep white. But for the most part, it's fine. I just love these like center of chrysanthemum. I like those tea leaves, you know, that the spreads. It's cool. Little reminder, I will be out of studio next week, so I won't be live next week, but I will be back the week after that. It is spring break time. So we're doing a little road trip to Los Angeles. But I've talked about this a lot. I always felt bad about leaving studio, leaving, I feel like I'm not being productive. But Vicky also shared from his personal experience, when you take a break, your art might get better. So I'm hoping that's the case for me too. Hopefully when I come back into the studio, I will be pleasantly surprised by my break. But also, guys, after I paint these flowers, I really, even when I finished the Go one, I really felt like I can paint anything. If I can get through all this stuff, I can paint anything that throws my way. So that's good. I can paint anything now after all this. Are we somewhat damp? Okay, so we are damp. Not quite dry. I'm gonna go into some of these corners. I'll darken some petals. 100%, you'll feel amazing. It's like your brain gets some time to generate even more creative energy. Yes. Yes. I think I don't know if you ever got, if for the artists out there who, a creator or whatever, I don't know if you ever feel this like subtle fear, like, has my best work, have I already done my best work? It's always just going downhill from there. I think I have that, like, I know it's unreasonable. It's almost like an unreasonable fear. But once in a while, I get that. And I read that the only way to get through it is just to keep going, do more art. So I'm wondering if that happens when we are trying to find excuses to be lazy or something. For me, anyways. You know what? This painting might be good. Might be good as like this paint by numbers painting, coloring thing. Oh, hold up. I might actually do that. Because it's so detailed, there's so many lines, and all the lines are actually closed paths. Ideas, guys, ideas. Note to self. me switch. It's like I might switch gear, paint something else just to take a break from these flower petals. Let's see, maybe I'll do the flower stems because they're like easy. There's not a whole lot of them. Maybe I can do this wet on wet spot in certain spots. So the key to small petal is to not have your brush too wet. Nice. I'm gonna go in with some purple now. Push back the shadows. I think I'm just gonna do that at the bottom half of the petals and keep the top pretty bright. Maybe this one. Or bright, warmer color. Oh, that looks awesome, actually. Cool. In the center, I glaze this part. Oh, that's cool. Glazed it, drop some paint in the middle, and it spreads. I'm not gonna blend that. once done spreading, I think I'm gonna go into the middle with, say, darker brown. I'm spreading it. Cool. I'm just gonna make that be. Okay. Okay, small buds. I'll do those. That's fine. I'm actually super close now. I should just power through these flowers. And then do stems or stems on the green things. And I think that will be the session. The total session. I'm like mentally exhausted painting all these flowers. Painting, I mean the chrysanthemums. I'm trying to think if I was this tired painting the carnations. I don't think so. I think this is the hardest. Okay, so this is the hardest flower I ever painted, not the carnations. Now I'm wondering if I'm gonna say that with every new flower I paint. In which case, it's just my brain complaining. So it's not really true. It's a small, but I'm just gonna leave like that. I'm getting through these pretty quickly. Do you pre-plan your colors? I feel like I spend so much time mixing colors. I kind of haven't. What do you mean by that? Like, do I pre-mix my colors? No, I'm literally mixing on the fly. You can see this is my paint. So this is a wash I mix, so that is pre-planned. But for the most part, I'm just mixing it on the fly. I do have this pink from another painting I've been actually using. But yeah, I'm not, I think that's what you meant, right? I am mixing color as we go. And you're saying, I do find myself spending a lot of time mixing color. I think I spend more time on mixing gouache color than watercolor actually, because watercolor is like a shade, a tone off is pretty okay. Though I only use 3 primary, so I have to mix everything anyways. Oh yeah, I think that's a good practice though, because I don't. You see, I just show you my pans, but I actually don't use. I only use like 1, 2, 3 colors all the time. Everything else is not that much. I think mixing watercolors kind of just the name of the game. Because I don't know if you can just mix. I guess I'm not disciplined enough to like mix that 5 colors and just use that 5 colors only, you know. I think that's the cool thing about watercolor is all those in-between values that makes the painting rich and interesting to look at. I guess I am mixing them on fire. Let that dry a bit. I'm going to go in with a little bit darker color. The top. But yeah, I think it's good to just stick with those colors to begin with. You use the primary colors and mix in between. I would say, if anything, I find that the good color to add is a purple color, because I find that I use purple a lot, but I guess purple's pretty easy to mix with red, and cool red and cool blue makes a good purple, not warm red or warm blue. It makes a muddy purple and it's gross. I guess if you want to add more colors to your arsenal, I would add brown, actually, burnt umber. I use burnt umber to mix with my colors all the time, and they give me the good, like, different shades of different colors, and that's, I find, pretty much all I need. Okay, I just cover all this buds, so this is the last flower I have to paint, and then we'll do the leaves, and I think we'll be good. I think once I cover the leaves, this painting's like mostly covered besides my orbits, and then I'll go back and do my second wash and all that stuff. My brain is struggling a bit today. So this area, these two have been dry but still damp, so that's my favorite time to paint, is when the paper is damp but not wet. Also, a stage almost impossible for me to achieve just right off the bat. I have fourth color. Oh, Cornagonor magenta. Oh yeah, I love that color. Oh, that's my favorite color too. I'll take price for speed's sake. Yeah. I actually don't use quinacridone magenta very often. It's only in certain paintings because that color is very bright and overpowering. So it just happens that I think the first session you attended, I was working on a painting that used that, and I did use quinacridone for 2 of the paintings back to back, and then since then I actually haven't used it. It's a very, yeah, I don't actually use that color very often, believe it or not. It's my favorite color though. But yes, I suggest to add a burnt umber. You'll find a lot more range with your colors. But there are colors I buy because, you know, they're just so pretty and I never use it because they go to waste. I'm sure one day I'll use them. Someday I'll use them. It's just been so light, this whole thing, this whole situation. Okay. So this one, I do have masking fluid on them, and it is gonna be a yellow color to mix in between the other 2. So I'm gonna just go in to cover it with this color. Very nice. So the paint I have ran out the fastest, and let's see, it's my cool steel gray, which is like a very cool navy, dark color, and then vermilion red, which is a warm, almost orangish red, crimson lake, which is the cool red. I guess I use a lot of red in my paintings, and my burnt umber. These are the 1, 2, 3, 2 reds, 1 blue, and 1 burnt umber is my most used colors. Oh, this is 2. painting are also pretty, I use a lot of dusty colors, so it makes sense I have those colors in my most used arsenal. I know it's like almost blending in with my background right now. My biggest stress on is the mixing of some absolute amazing colors that I can't fully replicate. That happens to me all the time. And another thing is, and I would, suggest that you get into a good habit of it, is I always end up not mixing enough paint, especially when I, like you said, makes an awesome color, then I finish it, then I can't just quite get that again, or because I need more of it. And that's very sad. Absolutely. So yeah, always mix enough color, which I still don't do, and I need to do better about it for sure. One is mix enough colors. Mix enough colors. I don't know. I know that a method that I use you could do, I used to do with oil painting, is to kind of write down every color you mix, like what color you used. But I am not disciplined enough to remember doing that. So after trying that for a while, I just give up. I guess I'm forcing myself to become better at mixing colors just by looking at. I kind of know what color I need to mix what. I'm using like super tiny brushes today. Gosh. I usually start my brush from large to small, obviously. But I'm not doing that today. But sometimes the natural variation not being able to replace the color actually crystal. Yeah, that's true. Because nature, that's kind of how nature is, right? It's like for everything you see, depending on what is it next to, what time of the day, what kind of light it has, it always looks slightly different. So that's absolutely true. And I think that's partly why I haven't bothered with keeping record of colors I made. It hasn't made a difference. So I think what I find that as long as they're in the same shade of families, it looks fine. It's that if I go step away, come back to continue painting and I don't have the color, as long as it makes the colors in that shade, it's usually fine. which which is one of the things I like about watercolor compared to digital. Oh, what happens in digital? I was think. Oh, I guess it just looked dirty, huh? Because it won't blend, right? Like if you have a darker shade of red on top of a a different shade of red, if you have multiply turned on, then it's gonna look like it's disjointed. I'm just thinking out loud. Might not be the case. But yeah, let me know why that is. I'm curious. Okay, that's enough. I'm gonna, instead of purple for this one, I'm gonna use a little bit of blue. Hopefully it'll turn into a little bit of green. That's good for now. Let's do a progress check. I'm glad I did a monkey first. She is in the shades of the yellow, blue, and pink. And we have some chrysanthemum flowers. I started with this one. I kind of went full circle. Okay. Okay. Okay, now let's do my leaves and my stems. Just copy it. Digital, you can't replace it. Ah, right. So you end up chasing the perfection of getting the same color. Ah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense, actually. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should try this kind of an analog situation. Maybe you'll end up with a, who knows? Maybe you'll end up with a better outcome in digital. Okay, so I have this monkey is sitting on some big chrysanthemum leaves, and you have seen chrysanthemum leaves. They're kind of similar to tomato leaves because I'm growing some tomato, and that's the first thing that came to me. It's like very thin and loose, and it has like these, shapes that cut into it. So I've got stem, but I'm gonna start with the largest area and then kind of do the stems, and then we'll be done today. Okay. Okay. I think once I'm done, it's gonna be awesome painting. I'm gonna keep on telling myself that. So right now I am going to mix some colors first because I'm gonna do a wet on wet. I'm gonna glaze this whole area and then go in with some greenish color. But I don't want it to dry as I'm doing that, so I'm gonna create an ample amount. Another reason I use a lot of burnt umber, I realize, is when you just mix the colors, it's always like so uh, pure, and I always wanted like to have a dustier shade. So this is maybe a personal preference, actually. So this is my. darker green. I'm glazing them pretty wet right now, knowing that it's probably gonna dry super fast on me as I am as I'm painting it. This is something I had to compensate for how fast everything dries here. Okay, we'll tackle this area first. I miss you wet on wet. When this works, like just literally just dropping in paint, just dropping in, and water does have to work for me. So I have this very light and bright green. I wonder if it's too light. It's very acidic. Oh, this part spread beautifully. Some light's coming from this way, so this side is lighter. Okay. Yeah. Try this there. Just gotta be careful around the edges. That's always the toughest part. Get these corners with these darker colors. Maybe the monkey feet casts a little shadow here. Cool. Love the green. Yeah, me too. I, I'm gonna consult my handy dandy color wheel. What is the color that cools down? Freaking a red or purple. It seems like purple goes. Purple is a good solution for all my problems, it seems. So purple. Ah, yes. Color wheel does not lie. See, this water is drying so fast. Excuse me. Okay, that little bit of purple kind of made all the difference. This area versus this area. Actually, let me do that purple before this area dries. So we have purple, whimsical. Maybe too purple. Maybe my eyes haven't adjusted. It's too purple. It's my green's not dry. Now I'm kind of just mixing color on the mixing the color on the paper. Okay, now that it's mixed better, that's fine. Okay. Over here though. Where she sits, there's kind of a shadow. So I want to keep on building this shadow line. Oh, is that really blue? Oh, I kind of like it. Oh, oh, that's cool. I feel like I'm literally just mixing color on paper right now. A very risky move. I wouldn't recommend it. The lily is cute with a monkey orbits. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, can't wait to see the finished painting. I'm sure you guys feel the same. And that for me, it helps. I've been, it's not good that I'm thinking, oh, when I'm done with it, when I'm done, that means I'm thinking about the end. That means I'm not enjoying the moment, the process, or whatever you want to call it. And that's not what we want. Let's get some of the way in. So this is like a leaf. Let's get the color back. It's not okay. Adding some the navy color in some areas just to pull some areas down. I feel like it's a lot of green on top of green right now. Okay. Oh, we'll leave that be. I'm gonna do the background here, so might work on that. Make it be more what's the word? Makes no sense. So I use maybe this cool blue. Just wiggling it. glaze the stems. Watch the water amount. You notice I'm trying to do it the more like abstract way. I don't know if I'm being successful right now. Where's this one? Okay. Oh. Awesome. Now I'm gonna blend this. I'm gonna add some of that cool green in the center. On top of the standing green cast shadows. Love, 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 love. Love that. Lovely water. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so I feel like now I added the screen. Definitely anchors that pink and the yellow. Yep. Hello, mocap. Hello. Welcome. How are you? Thank you for jumping on. I am working on the Chinese zodiac animal series, and this one is a monkey and some chrysanthemum flowers, which I was just complaining how much so many leaves, so many petals, but we're working through it. Nice painting, thank you. I am kind of towards the end of the first layer of glazing. This chrysanthemum flowers took a long time. But I like this monkey here. It's starting to look good. I'm doing good. I'm very tired now because I've been staring at these crazy lines, chrysanthemums. But yeah, I am a watercolor painter. I use watercolor and gouache, so water-based medium. What about you? To make sure to give you a follow after I'm done. It's coming together, yay. Okay, let's come over to the stem. Are you self-taught? I am. The expression of the monkey. Thank you, Trevor. I was an art major at university and college. I studied oil painting, but watercolor is completely self-taught because after I graduated, I was living in a small apartment. Well, I guess I was living in a small apartment until even recently, so long after I graduated. That oil painting was just too messy and too unwieldy and too toxic, so I switched to watercolor. But I was terrible at watercolor in the beginning, so yes, watercolor is self-taught. Sometimes I wonder how much stuff they actually teach you in school. I feel like everything I'm utilizing now has been something I watched on YouTube. But I have been doing a lot more painting since this past couple years, so I feel like my skill has gotten very, very improved since I started in a short period of time because how much reps I was able to get in, how many finished paintings I did. You multi-stream on YouTube? I am. How did you know? I feel like I should always have a disclaimer so people, when I'm like talking, they're like, "What are you talking about? I don't see anything in the chat." But it's probably from another channel. But yes, I am multi-stream on YouTube. In fact, it's one of my audiences on YouTube told me that I should stream on Twitch. So I'm pretty new on Twitch. I just started like literally like 3 or 4 weeks ago. But I feel like the Twitch community has been pretty awesome, very interactive, different, just different. But I do like the Twitch app on mobile though. So it's awesome. Anyways, are you on Twitch? I'm guessing you also stream on Twitch. That's how you found me. Yeah, let me know. Oh, you clicked on my YouTube channel. Awesome. Sometimes all that do feel really redundant, right? But I guess I am trying to grow my art business, and I noticed that it's, different people on different platforms. I don't want to overstretch myself by going everywhere all at once. Just slowly. I've been live streaming on YouTube for a little over a year now, and I just started doing it on Twitch. I don't. I probably should edit more videos because I feel like that's where the views are coming from. But to me, live stream kind of kills two birds in one stone. It forces me to be more disciplined about doing my artwork, and also it allows me to meet new people like yourself. I clicked on your live stream. Did you try streaming on TikTok? I do. I have. I find streaming on TikTok is very overwhelming because people are like joining, they want to like jump on the stage, they want to talk to you, and then people are like talking all at once. Whereas YouTube and Twitch is like one way. I can see the chat, but it's not like audio at the same time, which I find it pretty crazy. But yes, so for TikTok, I do it more casually. I go on my friends' live stream, so I chat with them on random nights where I am in studio and I don't want to feel lonely. And also the whole vertical horizontal setup, I didn't know what to do. And I know that when you stream on YouTube in a vertical format, you probably get more views. But then I feel like I'm sacrificing this viewing experience. It's like a vertical screen inside of a horizontal frame, and I hated that. I just hated it. Yeah. I also used to stream on X, but I find that if I just share my YouTube link, then it's like streaming through YouTube on X anyways, so I didn't need to do it on X, if that makes sense. And also I'm using Restream for my multi-stream, and I didn't want to pay. I didn't want to sign up for the paid account, so there you have it. But if anyone was curious about my live streaming habits, there you have it. Oh, this color is getting super watery. I want that. know I'm getting tired when I'm just like not following my lines. So we're towards the end. I have like two more tiny areas to do. So for anyone who's watching, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit that subscribe, follow, like, whatever button you're comfortable with. And the little announcement, I did just launch a collection of enchanted mushrooms art. They are live in my Etsy shop now. You're hearing about it first. I have not announced it anywhere else besides my VIP list. And if you're interested in my VIP list, the link is also in the description. You can use free OBS plugin for multi string. Yes, I have that downloaded. I'm wrestling with my Mac trying to open it. I am actually slightly scared to install that because it's like I've been scammed downloading softwares. But I did read on Reddit that it's a save from Sonia something account. But I think I'm still reconciling with this vertical horizontal format. Do you have any tricks if that's the case? What did I just do? Oh. Ugh. Good luck, Oh, hello, Painted. How are you? Thanks for stopping by. I got myself into painting all these chrysanthemum flowers, and there are so many petals, and I'm like having. So my third animal of the Chinese zodiac is a monkey with my 3 orbits hanging onto him, and the chrysanthemum is my flower to tackle today. To me, this painting is like in that ugly girl face right now, absolutely. But I know that once it's done, it's gonna be a pretty awesome painting. Let's hope so. Good luck streaming with Mac. Oh, yes. A very detailed one. Yes, a very detailed one. I'm actually trying to learn my lesson from this so that next time when I have to do a detailed flower, because I am going through the 12 animals of the Chinese zodiac, and there's some pretty hard flowers coming up. Viggy said that the peonies, the hydrangea, the gladiolus. So my lesson from all of this is that I think with the harder flowers, I might have to do something that's more abstract. But for this one, I had a great time drawing it because all the lines were just so smooth and fluid. It's something the type of line I prefer to draw. I think I got a little too carried away because I end up like drawing every single petal almost, and now I'm stuck with painting them. But I was sharing that I feel like this painting is testing my edge of my artistry. It feels really hard, but I think that's only good for my growth as an artist, because otherwise I usually paint anemones. It's like 5 petals with a dark circle in the middle. So I'm challenging myself with these crazy detail flowers. But thank you for thinking they look great. I think it's gonna be pretty awesome once I'm done with it. And I can't wait to be done with it. Oh, oops. Very detailed. How do you prevent bleeding over the lines? Oh, I am glazing it with a clear water right now on the lines. carefully along the line so it doesn't bleed over. And then I am going and then I am dropping the colors in. And see, when I do that, it only stays within the color, within the lines. And then another trick is to make sure your next layer is dry. Like make sure this layer is dry when you do this, which tests my patience to the extreme. I know. So this is, I think, a little bit different, you know, watercolor versus acrylic or oil, where with acrylic and oil, I think you can truly just work on one area and take it to the finish and then work on the other. With watercolor, I feel like you kind of have to do this layering thing where you gotta wait for one area to dry, work on the other layer, then come back and forth. And there's no Control Z, which so we have to be very patient. I do this all the time. I paint one area and then paint the next area before it's completely dry, and then they bleed and they become muddy, and then I had to like dabble the paint away and redo that area. Very spiritual practice. So I'm gonna make this area behind the monkey ear a little bit darker. See, you kind of do with oils, at least with oils on a sculpture. Oils on a sculpture. You kind of do with oils, at least with oils on a sculpt. I guess so, because when you do oil, I under paint them. Then you gotta wait for that to dry, otherwise it becomes muddy. And then you would, yeah, that's true. I guess with all art, right? Maybe so. I've never tried anything. I've never tried acrylic, so I have no idea. But I do work with gouache, so I feel like they're pretty similar. That at least when I paint with gouache, I do welcome that blending. So I do want to render and blend. I work on multiple sculpts at once so they can dry. Oh yeah, that totally makes sense, because you probably layer colors on top, right? Like I think I saw some of your sculptures. They look beautiful, by the way. So fun on your Instagram. But I guess you, like, for hair, you do the main color and then you let it dry, and you could go in with like the shadows and highlights on top. So yeah. With bigger watercolors, because I have different areas to move around. But with smaller ones, I have in the past February. No, we're in March. Yeah, February. I did do 2 painting at once for that exact reason. Because then I'll water the whole thing, the paper soaking wet, and I can't move forward with anything because I need to wait for it to dry. So it was good to have a second painting to go to right up, especially live. So do you sell your sculptures? I think I asked you that actually on Instagram. That was, I guess, my burning question of the commerce part of it. you answer, so sorry. I used to, but can't be. Thanks. I used to, but can't be bothered now. I think that's absolutely a great problem to have. Um, selling house and moving country. Oh, you're moving countries. Where are you moving to and where are you now? That's a lot. Yeah, selling house and moving country is a lot, so I can understand. But I guess once you settle, you'll get back into the business of it. Sounds like. I love painting these stems because I could just drop in and not care too much about what happens with the paint. Because it kind of just looks good all the time. I don't know why I didn't paint these petals, so I'm gonna go and do that right now. Just too many petals. Lose track of them. Oh, now we're gonna have this issue of not colors not matching. I'm in Australia, moving to Philippines. Oh, you're in Australia. Awesome. I have someone else on YouTube stream right now. He's in Australia and moving to the Philippines. That's awesome. I guess cheaper cost of living. Australia has a lot of beaches, so I guess that's not. Actually, I don't know why you're moving, so I'm just thinking out loud. Or maybe you have family there, or you have a business that's better there. Could be something. I've never been to Australia, I've never been to Philippines, so it's all new territory. I did go to New Zealand a long time ago, but didn't have enough time to hop over. But now it's definitely on the bucket list though. Both places, Philippines and New Zealand and Australia. It's cheaper, but my wife is from there. He must be close. Yes, yes. That totally makes sense. Yeah. So I hope you start your sculpt business back up in Philippines. I think like the gaming culture and I don't know why I associate sculpts with gaming culture because all the anime figures and stuff. It's pretty big in Philippines, so I think that will be good for your business. Okay, see, this is part I didn't wait it for dry, and now it's bleeding a little bit, but it's pretty minimal, so I don't mind. Okay, guys, I think we did it. For what it's worth. Okay, let me pull back so we can see the whole painting all once. Oh my goodness, look at this. I got further than I thought I was going to actually, but the monkey has such once I draw the eyes in, it's gonna look so cute. He is kind of looking into distance with these little my flower creatures. My eyeball flower creatures, they represent the thoughts in my painting, so in my world. Kind of hanging on to the monkey, just like how baby monkeys, always stays close to the mom monkey. So I guess she's a she decided. Look into distance in a surreal spread of chrysanthemum flowers. These are very challenging flowers, but I think they're gonna look awesome. They're challenging because there's so many petals and details. but they're awesome for the exact same reason. So, so I'm challenging myself to do this, and I think it came out pretty great. Um, Small farm though. Oh, that's like you're living my dream life painted. I was like, I wanted, how crazy the world is right now. I'm fantasizing about living in a farm, like having cows and chickens and grow my own vegetables. Um, but I'm also like a city girl. I have no idea how to do any of that. My husband always makes fun of me, but I was like, I can always learn. And then for those of you who are still here and watching, I do want to show you guys my painting from last week. My goat. My goat and carnations with my little orb bed here trying to find its way. This came out pretty good. I learned a lot of things. I thought this was like I thought I found an edge in this painting because the carnation was so hard to do, but I think today is gonna be today takes the crown. And it sounds like I have more challenging ones coming up. So yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait. We're gonna tackle those. Looks great. Yeah, I love that one. Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today for the past 4.5 hours. Wow. For 4.5 hours, I was able to finish my first wash of these paintings. I do know that this watercolor right now doesn't look like much, but this first layer is also, I realize, the most time consuming part. That's why 4.5 hours were here. And then I'm going to do my second layer, third layer, and then it'll come together pretty quickly after that. Anyways, thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed today's session. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, blah 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 blah, all that good stuff. It will really help with my artist journey. And a little reminder, I am out of studio next week, so I'll see you guys back the week after that. I'll make sure I post something so to remind everyone. And I have my latest enchanted mushrooms collection out in my Etsy shop. There's 7 pieces I painted live with you guys, but I don't think you guys have ever seen all 7 of them together. So go check it out if you are curious or if you're interested in all that stuff. And one more. Yeah, so these are uh, 14 by 18. So smaller paintings. I've definitely usually do bigger ones, but these are small, and I think that's why I was like able to zoom through them so fast. Hello. Oh, hi, Hit. Um, I'm glad you saw my mushroom painting collection. And I'm actually just about to end my live stream. I just did my monkey and chrysanthemum flower for 4.5 hours. I'm dead tired, but come back next time. And I'm so happy that you found me. Definitely. I'm usually live at this time on Wednesdays, but not next week because I'm on spring break with my daughter. And then after that, I'll be back. All right. Have a amazing rest of the day, rest of the week, wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you soon. All right. Bye, guys.